pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you for coming out. I'm going to turn this part over to the superintendent, Dr. Cash. What do you have for us today?
Darren, I believe we have a board resolution that we'd like to introduce at this time.
We're going to swear in the new board member first.
Okay. Colleagues will swear in our new student board member. It's a great deal, big deal this evening. Danny Dak Min Tron.
I, Danny Dockman Trin, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the State of New York and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of Student Representative of the Buffalo Board of Education of the City of Buffalo according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Thank you.
With that said, we have a resolution today. Dr. Cash, I think you have some information on that for me. You're going to, in honor, it's a board resolution. We'd like to move forward in regards to the Hispanic Heritage Month. May I have a motion to move it forward? Okay, we have two and second. Okay, so I'll take Paulette Wood, second by Mr. Petrucci. This resolution is in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, Dr. Cash. And I don't have it in front of me because there's a glitch in my computer that won't let me get into, okay, here it is. So I am submitting this. This was a request that was sent to the board. Thank you, Dr. Cash gave me this. And basically, it is for the district to acknowledge Hispanic Heritage Month. Resolution of acknowledgement for the Buffalo Public School District to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month, September the 15th to October the 15th, 2019, whose roots of this celebration this month originated over 50 years ago in 1968, commencing with the anniversary of the independence of 5 Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, thank you, Honduras, and Nicaragua, celebrating the histories, cultures of American civilizations, cultures of American citizens whose ancestors come from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America, and are defined as people of Latin Americans or Spanish descent, and have played a major part in the making of this country. Whereas the United States Census uses the description of Hispanic or Latino to refer to a person of Cuban, Mexican, Puerto Rican, South or Central American, and the purpose of this celebratory month is to also recognize the contributions and vital presence of both Hispanic and Latino Americans to the United States, in addition to the native heritage and contributing culture. Whereas the Buffalo Public School has approximately 33,328 students, pre-K through 12, consisting of 21% of BPS students identified as Hispanic, and that the BPS family currently has more than 82 different spoken languages by Buffalo City District school children. Whereas the majority of BPS students speak English, currently there are over 2,600 English language learners who are Spanish-speaking students, in addition to our bilingual Spanish-speaking students. Whereas staff, under the leadership of Dr. Kreiner Cash and the guidance of Associate Superintendent Dr. Fatima Morrell, Assistant Superintendent Nadia Nasher, and the Board of Education, have made innumerable strides to eliminating decades of systematic barriers which interfere with students receiving an education culturally relevant through the work of the culturally linguistically responsive teaching model, with the goal to create a welcoming environment offering rigorous instruction and high expectations while implementing a culturally inclusive curriculum. Whereas, as a result of a resolution passed and filed by the Buffalo Board of Education in April of 2019 to develop an inclusive, culturally and linguistically responsive calendar of diversity commencing with the 2019-2020 school year, to include additional cultures, relevant facts, and websites, with the goals of expanding the school day conversations regarding diversity and culture relevancy. Be it hereby resolved that all schools in the district for this time period will participate in an event, activity, or conversation around Hispanic heritage. In addition to that, filed also is a list of calendar of event activities for the entire month. I would like to move this forward to the board. May we get a motion, a vote, I'm sorry.
Can I just
Yeah,
suggest one very minor edit? I'm sorry I
Mhm.
didn't catch this earlier. Can we just add on the second last whereas, where it says staff under the leadership of, we add Superintendent Dr. Kreiner Cash? Add superintendent to that?
oh, okay, no problem. No problem. Anybody have a problem with that? Okay, we'll add superintendent. Okay? Yeah, that was a bit. Well, I was a little tired. Thank you. Okay, so we need to move this forward. And second by Paulette was Mr. Lou Petrucci first. Do we need a vote, or can we do it in do it in How about, what do you think? All in favor? So, no, you want a roll call, Nate? I don't think we need a roll call, do we? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Are there any opposed? Thank you. With that said, and moving forward, this is part of our goals to try to become a little bit more culturally relevant in our district. And I'm very proud that the Hispanic community reached out to us and asked us to move this forward. We are welcoming to other communities that are also interested in doing something. All right?
So good evening, colleagues. In relation to the resolution that you just passed, in honor of Hispanic Heritage Month in the city of Buffalo, we are happy to have the members of Tamburr Ikua with us at today's board meeting. We look forward to their visits to 3 of our Buffalo public schools this Friday: Duville Porter Campus School, number 3, Frank A. Sedita, School number 30, and School number 48 at Martin Luther King Multicultural Institute, number 39. Students will be actively participating in Bamba, a traditional dance and musical style of Puerto Rico, and learning why this form of art is so important to Puerto Ricans everywhere. Under our great leader, Michelle Augusto, you could come up now and introduce our distinguished guests. Michelle Augusto.
I'm very excited to have Tamboricua here all the way from Puerto Rico. They traveled right from Boston, so they're very tired, but they're full of energy right now, and they're going to perform. Well, they're not really going to perform. It's going to be an interactive thing, so be ready for those who like to dance, and those who may not like to dance, be ready for that too. And we're so happy. Thank you, Nilma and crew, for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, and the floor is yours.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Elia Cortez, and we just got from the island, so it's hot here. That means that we've won a little bit of sun. And everything we do is with music. Empezamos con el tambor. Our bass is the drum, named bomba, from the 18th century. Bomba puertorriqueña is one of our oldest folklore music. Anybody can do it, even if they don't know or they don't know. You could dance or no dance. All you have to do is move your body to the beat, and that's it. That's all you have to do. In bomba, we have one drum or two, but here all we need is one. Súbelo. You can listen right from far away. We have one maraca, and all we need is this space here that's going to be like a batey. A batey is our space that we're going to do the energy that's going to be happening, our dance floor. So all I need is your hands. We're going to take just a few minutes. Here we go. Even if you don't like to dance, you will go with the beat. Let's do this a little bit faster. You don't have to stand up. It's okay there. Here we go. 1, 2. Do it again. Every section is special. You know why? Because every people or every person brings their energy to the bomba dance floor. So that means that if we go faster, or slow. We have more than 21 rhythms, and every section of dance is special. And if we pull both hands to the side and up and down, just try it. Give it a try. If you want to move your whole body, it's cool. And if you just want to stay there, it doesn't matter. The drum will do the movement for you. But if we go a little bit faster in the bomba, this would happen. You can't resist the drums. And up. He's following you. Every time you move, he's doing the music at the same time in your beat. If you do this, that's the way he sees it in the drum. If you do like this, if you do this, or if you just do this, or you're busy working, it doesn't matter. Your body is the one telling him what to do. Our bass is our 21 rhythm. So what that means, you really don't have to know how to do bomba to have a good time and to be just one culture all together. So if we're going to do it all, we did first this one, then we did this one, then up, and what happened if you move your shoulders? You just went with it. You didn't think about it, right? Give you a big applause. And if you're sitting down And it's like, I don't really want to dance and I don't want nobody to really look at me. That's usually what happens when we are in schools, especially with kids. They don't want to do it. Some of them, they would just go and try it. Some of them would not do it. So all I need is them to be in the space, see other kids trying it and having fun, and they will start doing it. Even if somebody's in a reunion and it's close by and I'm doing these workshops, dale Wembe. I ask for a rhythm, which the name is Wembe. And I have some students moving, and I just have somebody here working. I don't like it. And they're definitely gonna start moving because everybody have their own beat. And in Bomba, you could do your own dance. You say, well, Bomba is dance one way. Yes, it is, and they have a basic steps, like in any other dance. But the good part is when we're doing workshops, we don't get into that. We want the students to have fun with it, not just have fun with it. They could be happier when they're doing it with Bomba and with music therapy, dance therapy, have said all over that helps autoestima, our self-esteem. And when kids laugh and have fun and even try to be silly, it's easy to do. What I'm trying to say is this. Dale holandés. If I say let's start applause, what will you do? One, one, one. I'm gonna touch you. And he's sitting here and doing this. That's a movement in the dance of Bomba. And he's sitting. It comes natural. Okay? It comes natural. All right? And if I'm just sitting here and I'm pausing my head, he's making music with you. He's connecting with you. Because that's what we do. We connect with the students, with us and with each other. That is very important. Okay? They connect. In this workshop, they connect with each other. All of you are students? Hi, Amelia. Okay, let's try something. You have never seen me before, right? Okay, yo tampoco, me neither. So let's do something. Just cross your legs, just put them down. Okay, I won't do nothing that you're gonna feel uncomfortable, okay? Nothing uncomfortable. The only way you know that works is when you see it. Okay, put your hands in a lap, and all I want you to move is your shoulders, okay? Where are you going? Okay, let's go with the beat. Just try it. Everybody have shoulders. And side to side. And what happens if you do it fast? Even she's saying no. Say no. Okay, and now what happens if you stand up? All of you please stand up. Come on, this is just a test. Stand up, stand up. Yeah, we follow. Gracias. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to put you down here. Because when you put students in the spot, what happened? The same thing that happened to us. So we don't do that, okay? Okay, you ready? You didn't hear that, okay. Bend your knees. A little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I'm not asking for a lot. Just a little bit. That's good, guys. And let's go side to side. Bend your knees. Okay, try this. And now you sit. You sit. Sit. Up. You sit. Up. Come on, try it. You sit. Up. Okay, let's see if we can do it at the same time. And we sit. Up. We sit. Up. Come on, girls, try it. We sit. Up. Sit. Up. We sit. Up. Sit. Up. Sit. Up. Hello. We sit. Up. Sit. Up. Sit. Up. They did try it. So we do different things to try to know our students and make them feel they're talking, they're happy, they're smiling. You okay? You tired? Okay. It works in students, and it's great for when we're working, sitting right there. We're going to try it too. Oh, I just got here, and I don't have not even coffee. So let's do this. Okay, just sitting right there, sitting right there. Shoulders, side to side. Suavecito, suavecito, suavecito. Come on, suavecito, suavecito. Thank you. Suavecito, 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 suavecito. I don't see you. Suavecito, suavecito. Just move. Suavecito, 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 suavecito. With your head, you say yes. And yes. There you go, and yes. One more time, and yes. Do it again. Thank you. So what I did with them, it's not the same that I did here, and you still had a good time. When he played drums, when he was doing it over there, he was doing a different music. Era holandés, that's one of our rhythms, and it's a little bit faster. But this one, Wembe, it's a little bit slower, but a little bit more difficult. And you just did it on the beat, because I didn't explain it. All I did is let you go with the flow, with the music, and the music of each other. And it makes the sections different. I'm going to show you the other one. Hi. I'm around here. Okay, it's easy. Just sitting right there. Bomba is not just playing the drum and following your body. Bomba is our oldest traditional folklore music. It is the essential of the Puerto Rican. It has the Taino Indian instrument, which is la paca, a quack, the two sticks. It has our Spanish from Spain heritage, when they're dancing. Women are very proud and straight with their dancing. And it have our heart of the drum of Africa, all right? So the three together does what is the essential of el puertorriqueño, which is the Puerto Rican, okay? So all together, it makes all this definitely sabroso. ¿Cómo yo digo sabroso? Flavor. I'm not gonna say delicious because I'm hungry. The flavor. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Hi. Just one hand. All I need is one hand. One hand, and you're gonna bend a little bit. That's all I need. So it means that I have never danced, but you move. You don't need even to walk to do this. And side, 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 side. Try it again. And side, side, side. Okay, let's try it. Keep on doing it. Side. Come on. Side. Side. Don't let it fall. Side. Let's try it again. And side, side. We could do it all together. Side. Okay, guys, here we go, and side. Side, side, dale adelante. And side, to side. Try it again, and side, to side. One more time, side to side. 5, 6, 7, up. Have a great day, thank you so much. Elia Cortez, Juan Boricua, Darlene Oliver, Beatriz, from the Batey Puerto Rican Dance Center, y Nina Maldonado. Thank you so much for the invitation. We're very glad and happy to be here.
A little less tension in the room, I think. Dr. Cash, what do you think about that? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before we do the speakers today, the president of the Buffalo Teachers Federation has asked to address the board. Superintendent has granted him that opportunity. Mr. Phil Rumor, would you please come down and address the board? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Superintendent, members of the Board of Education. In case you missed it, we had one of the largest demonstrations of angry teachers outside this building this evening. We had hundreds of teachers who were angry. We were supposed to start negotiations in January, second week in January under our contract. We met in April 2nd. Sat down to do what's called ground rules. Those are the rules of how you negotiate. We've used ground rules for many years. We came in with some ground rules, and your negotiating team said they wanted to make some changes. We said, okay. Then we got to one of the ground rules that said that each side would mutually agree to 2 tentative future dates to negotiate. When we got to that one, your negotiating team said no. You said, no? We're talking about 2 tentative dates that we agree to negotiate. This is how you plan your negotiations, when everybody's at the table and they can clear their dates. The team said no. After we had started to agree, and we've agreed to many of the changes that your negotiating team wanted to. So at that time we said, look, we're not getting anywhere. We need to reconsider this, and we left. Even though you said no to one of the most basic ground rules, we sent a letter to your team in May saying, here are the negotiating things that we agreed to. What do you need to get started so we can get the ground rules done? Your response? None. We then continued to send letters to you, to your team, Superintendent and the Board of Education, your negotiating team, trying to get negotiations started. Nothing. Nothing. Eventually, we went to PERB and declared impasse. We also have filed an improper practice charge against you for failing to negotiate. Never since I have been president have we had to have a disagreement on the ground rules and told, no, we're not going to schedule 2 dates in advance, tentative dates. It was like a back of the hand to the teachers. We don't have to bother with you. We got more important things to do to negotiate with you, or to sit down and do ground rules so we can get negotiations started. Finally, we get a letter from you. And this is after we sent you 20 dates in August that we would be available. 20. Finally, we get a letter from you about a week or so ago saying, here are some dates. But we will not agree to negotiate ground rules. How do you negotiate? It's like playing baseball without rules. This is your team. Your negotiating team. This is what you, the board and superintendent, are telling to the teachers. You're not important. You did give raises to the senior staff. You know something? I think they deserve it. Maybe disagree with how much. But I got news for you. If you can give raises and find time to give raises to your staff and want them to be paid commensurate with what other school administrators are getting, why can't you even agree to ground rules to begin negotiating with us like we should have been doing since January? You know what the teachers are saying? They're saying that the superintendent and the board are doing this on purpose. They're doing it to divide and conquer us so that we will have no solidarity and we will agree to anything that you put on the table. But it ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. Now, I am really surprised because I know the superintendent and I know the members of the board. So this comes as a very big shock to me that you would treat your teachers so hard. And we're not just talking about salaries and benefits. We're talking about we want smaller class size. We want more school counselors. We want more psychologists. We want more ELL, ENL teachers. We want more supplies. If we had begun negotiations, we'd be able to start the school year off with some of those things that we want for our kids. I'm here right now to tell you your teachers are angry. This is a heck of a way to start the school year off. There's still time. There's still time for you to say to your team, instead of what you have apparently been saying to them, sit down, negotiate ground rules, so we all know what the rules are. One of the ground rules, just so you know, you've probably seen a copy of them. One of the ground rules is nothing is done until it's all done. Other one is you'll have caucuses, neither side. You've seen the copy of the ground rules. There's still time. I ask you to say, look, we are now going to do what we should have done back in April. We are now looking forward to have anger that you have now. You don't realize it, but that's one of the biggest demonstrations we've ever had. That's how angry teachers are. And they're angry with the superintendent and the board because it's your negotiating team that's been doing this. So we say to you now, it's not too late. Let's sit down, negotiate ground rules like we should, get negotiations going, and do what we did in the last negotiations. Come to closure and start working together and not against one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rumore. Time is on our time for our speakers. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting open to the public and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. This board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district's mission, and the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. Our first speaker this evening is Maureen Utah, PBS school counselor, followed by Camille Sills.
Good evening. My name is Maureen McNamara Uteg, and I am here to discuss the need for more school counselors in our pre-K to 8 buildings. In order to align with the district's new education bargain, we need more school counselors in every building so that we can implement programs effectively and provide high-quality interventions that are proven to improve student outcomes. We know as a district the tremendous needs of our students, the trauma, the disadvantages, and the increased social emotional needs. We know we need to increase restorative practices, decrease suspensions, and provide support to our neediest students and their families. However, we don't have nearly enough school counselors in our pre-K to 8 buildings to adequately provide these supports. In the last few years, school counselors have received wonderful trainings to better serve our students, such as multi-tiered systems of support, trauma-informed care, restorative practices, suicide prevention, and so many more. In addition, we now have mental health providers as well as Say Yes in all of our buildings. These collaborations are a great addition to our schools. However, the mental health agency at my school in particular carries a caseload of about 16 students. Say Yes has a caseload of 8 to 10 families. My school has almost 850 students. So even with the mental health and Say Yes services, that is still over 820 students and 1 school counselor. And even though a student is receiving mental health or Say Yes services, the school counselor still has many other reasons to see that student. We still provide interventions to those students such as check-in, check-out, groups, attendance interventions, conflict resolution, and so much more. Any training the district has sent me to required that I work with all students in grades pre-K to 8. But yet, in the district school-based budget, school counselors are allocated in a building based on the number of 7th and 8th grade students in that building. Besides High School Ahead, which is extremely time-consuming in itself, every job I do in the building is serving students in all grades. I am the check-in, check-out coordinator for the entire school. I run SAY groups for any student in grade pre-K to 8. I provide individual counseling to any student that is in need. I intervene when any student is in crisis. I conduct restorative conferences to any student in any grade level. I am the attendance designee for the whole school. I am urging you to look at the recommended counselor to student ratio, which is 1 counselor for every 250 students. 1 counselor to every 850 students is not fair to the students or the families. The students in Buffalo deserve better. Every school deserves to have multiple school counselors to address the increasing challenges that students and families face. I know you all come to visit the schools. I am urging you to seek out the school counselor and spend time with us to see what we do each and every day. I invite you to my office. Follow me around for a day, a week. I welcome each and every one of you. I truly believe if you walked a day in my shoes or any other school counselor's shoes, you would want to see the incredible need that we have for more school counselors in the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fields is not in the house. Adrian Curtis, followed by Michael Stevens. Adrian Curtis in the house. Is Michael Stevens in the house? Mr. Stevens, please come down.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, board members, Dr. Cash. Thank you for allowing me to take the time to address you all. I'm going to be brief. My name is Michael Stevens, proud to serve as the Vice President and Executive Director for City Year here in Buffalo. City Year is a national nonprofit serving in 28 other cities around the country and 2 international affiliates. City Year works to provide opportunities for young people ages 18 to 25 to spend a year doing service. And the service involves serving as tutors, mentors, and role models to students in schools. And so here in Buffalo, we spent our past year in a pilot year with Enterprise Charter School. And so during our time at Enterprise, it was a chance for us to be able to see what the landscape looked like to recruit young people here to be able to do this type of service. Also what it meant to do this type of work in Western New York. Our pilot year was a great success. It was also a really amazing learning opportunity. And this year we've been able to expand out into an expanded pilot, if you will. So we're continuing with Enterprise. Last year we had 5 members at Enterprise. We've now expanded out to 4 additional charter schools. We now have close to 40 members here in service. And we're hoping that through this expanded pilot this year, that we're able to solidify what impact looks like here in Western New York and be able to talk to you all more about opportunities to serve. Whether it's providing opportunities for young people who are graduating high school but unsure of what they want to do next, to do a year of service and get professional development, or whether it's finding opportunities for some of our city year teams to be in support of the great vision that you all have here at BPS. We're actively excited to find ways to partner. And so in that, we wanted to provide 2 invitations to you all. So one in your folder, you'll notice there is a little blue card. We're hosting our very first opening day. So this is going to be the chance for us to unveil these great young people who are doing this year of service to the community here in Buffalo. It will be on Friday, October 10th at noon at Larkin Square. Everybody here is invited as well, but we want to make sure we made a special invitation in person to each and every one of you. The other invitation that we wanted to put out to you all, we have a team serving at Enterprise Charter School this year. They're amazing young people from all walks of life. We have people coming from as far as Chicago to people here from Buffalo doing service. And we would invite you all to come see what it looks like. Hear these young people's stories and hear what the teachers, the administrators who we work with day in and day out, hear what they say about the work. Thank you very much. We hope you have a great day.
Thank you. Mr. Keith Jones, parent.
Before I start, I want to thank you, Dr. Cash, for bringing this new educational bargain to this city, because I talked to a principal the other day and they say their school is going to have an 80% graduation rate. Thanks to you on that. And I'll hopefully continue to do the good work. Hopefully next year my daughter will be 180%. I wasn't at the board meeting the other day, and I was trying to figure out where we need a history lesson about why this. I want to know why there's a problem with this not being Columbus Day called Indigenous Day. Because the true history was Christopher Columbus did not discover America. People were here when they got here. Native Americans was here when they got here. So technically he didn't discover America, and then he didn't come over under Italian leadership. He come over here on a vessel with a Spanish flag. So I understand people want to hold on to the heritage and stuff, but I believe this heritage is not there because my father worked around Italians from the 60s. I worked around Italians. We both retired from Local 210. And most Italians I know, they love St. Joseph's Table. And to my understanding, that's not on Columbus Day. So that's the lesson that these students, I like the position you took, Dr. Katz, to have the students research this so they can research and find out the true history of everything. There's another holiday I want to touch on right quick, because I only have 3 minutes, so as y'all know, I say to be continued. Labor Day. I know half of y'all sitting in here right now, I'm going to say maybe 90% of y'all sitting here right now probably don't know who Labor Day, that started Labor Day. It was a union called the Pullman Porters. There was black men. You were aware of that. These men worked and was serving people, but they couldn't ride. They couldn't ride the train that they were on. But normally when we see Labor Day celebrations, we don't hear no mention of none of this. This is history that need to be known. And you know what I mean? And this is why we said we got to start also having our kids read. You know, because we have a little problem with this IT stuff, this technology stuff that I'm not too fond of. But now y'all see, old man might know what he talking about. You know, you got a kid with a book in front of him, you know what he doing. You got a teacher with a book in front of him, you know what he doing. You know, I had 2 phones, but I got 2 phones. But if I was standing up here talking to y'all with these 2 phones, y'all wouldn't know what I was doing. And that's what you're seeing that's going on in these buildings now. We got to start thinking about the kids. We've been protecting grown folks in these buildings too long. And the kids are the ones that's being affected. You know, most of the weapons that's coming into the school, kids ain't bringing them. Grown folks is bringing them. Now you see all this other little stuff they're doing it. To be continued. You don't have to run me away. I know the rules very well. Next meeting.
Thank you.
To be continued. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Bella Aziri, parent.
Hello.
Did I say your name right? Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Sure. It's Irizarry.
Irizarry.
It's of Spaniard descent.
Thank you.
So my name is Bella Irizarry. I am a parent of 4 children, 2 of which whom have graduated from the Buffalo Public Schools, and I have 2 currently attending. I am a coordinator of a community health worker program with the Buffalo Urban League. And we have a contract with Catholic Health and Catholic Medical Partners in which we follow their patients that do not attend their appointments, and we reach out to the patients and engage them back into care. We facilitate with education, building, relationships with them, positive relationships. We facilitate with addressing a lot of the patient's issues at hand, meeting them where they are, whether it be transportation, lack of phone, resources, providing linkages and referrals to the community. I think that the community health, I know for a fact that the community health worker program is an effective program. It's currently growing within the city, and not only this city, but I also manage a satellite branch as well in Niagara County. And I think that our educational institutions can benefit as well from a community health worker program to, increase graduation rates, to possibly attendance, and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nadia Pizarro, Concerned Citizens, Youth Homelessness, followed by Wendy Mistrada.
Hello, everyone. Nice to see you all again. My name is Nadia Pizarro, and I'm Homeless Services Director for Best Self Behavioral Health, as well as the co-chair of the Homeless Youth Task Force. It's a joint committee between the Western New York Coalition for the Homeless and the Homeless Alliance of Western New York that represents over 50 agencies with the goal of ending youth homelessness in Western New York. I would first like to start by thanking the Board of Education and Buffalo Public Schools for your support and collaboration in collecting the data we needed to apply for a highly competitive HUD grant. Thanks to your help and many others in the community, the Homeless Alliance of Western New York was recently awarded $3.6 million to end youth homelessness in Erie and Niagara counties. But the work is not yet complete. I am here to tell you about this year's homeless youth point-in-time count that will be taking place from September 26th till October 10th, called Be Counted, End Youth Homelessness. We need your help to mobilize the entire community around this year's homeless youth count. The goal is to find as many homeless and couch surfing youth in Western New York as we can and have them take our confidential survey to collect the data we need to create a comprehensive plan to end youth homelessness. We need students, teachers, and parents to know about this, as the majority of these youth may be sleeping on their couches, in their attics, basements, or in the abandoned house down the street. In order to provide services for these hidden homeless youth, we must first prove that they exist. So if they're not counted, it's almost like they don't count. We will be kicking off our youth count on September 26th with an event called Speak Out, End Youth Homelessness, where our youth will be able to speak their truth about what ending youth homelessness means to them. This Speak Out event will take place from 3 to 7 p.m. at the Erie County Central Library, and we'll begin our youth count by raising awareness to the issue and giving these youth a voice for the first time. The count will be ending on October 10th at our Western New York Coalition event called Project Homeless Connect at the Convention Center. The survey will also be available throughout this time frame online at our Be Counted Facebook page and the Homeless Alliance of Western New York website. Again, we are extremely grateful to this, for the support of Dr. Eric Rosser, Tanja Williams, Marva Brown, and Wama from the McKinney-Vento program, board member Sharon Belton-Cotman, as well as Jennifer McCosey, and the superintendent, Kreiner Cash. But we are asking for the support of the full Board of Education and collaboration in uniting our entire community around this effort. Please help us end youth homelessness in Western New York. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadia. It's a pleasure working with you on this. Wendy Mistrada.
Good evening.
Dr. Wendy Mistrada.
Thank you, President Cotton. There's a great deal of hurt and anguish at City Honors this week and within our community every week. We cannot allow ourselves to get stuck in our feelings of guilt and blame, and we all need to recognize that together we have to do a better job of protecting our children. If you haven't already done so, I must insist that you read a copy of the 9-page complaint against our former teacher, technology teacher Peter Hingston. It's deeply disturbing, which is precisely why our students need you to read it. And I'm happy to forward you all a copy if you don't have it. His predatory behavior was finally reported by a student in June. However, we cannot fool ourselves into believing that this was new behavior. He had been a teacher at City Honors for 10 years and taught for a total of 30 years. I am certain there will be many more stories going forward. There must have been signs that were missed or ignored. Sadly, our students thought his behaviors were within the normal range for adult behavior. This is precisely why we must do better. Predators are very skilled at masking their interests and activities. None of us wants to believe someone is capable of such behavior, nor does anyone want to accuse an innocent person. That was exactly the stance that I took on the City Honors Parent Group Facebook page in June. I still don't believe that I was wrong. However, I also don't believe that I was right. We have to find a better way to protect our children, train our adults to spot predatory behavior, inform our families, and protect privacy. Other districts and institutions have programs that we consider, but if we cannot find a better way that already exists, then we must create it. Jessica Bauer-Walker, chair of the Community Health Worker Parent Association, has already reached out to you all about this situation and its relevance to our concerns involving violence, trauma, and grief in our schools and community. And I know she's speaking later this evening. I fully support her and Kelly Hall, who's going to speak some more about what's going on at City Honors as well. And I urge you to give this urgent consideration, the urgent consideration it requires, and engage parents, students, and the community in developing our solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mistrada. Kelly Hall, parent, followed by Roberta Cates, concerned citizen.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Hall. I'm the parent of a now 8th grader at City Honors. I'm speaking tonight regarding the sexual abuse investigation currently taking place at City Honors. I have found the lack of communication between the school district and City Honors to parents to be unacceptable. Starting in June, information should have gone to parents, even just informing them a situation has arisen that is being investigated, and parents should be having a conversation with their students surrounding appropriate sexual behavior at school. Our kids already knew what was going on, right? We're finding that out now. They've already all been talking about it for years. Parents had the right to get that same information and have conversations with their kids, and also be given contact information if one of their kids felt victimized. They had nowhere to reach out to. I talked to my daughter about it in June, and she explained that her teacher would stand over the girls in her room, including herself, very closely from behind and hover over them, and they dealt with it by shifting their chairs around and trying to just kind of back them off. This was their normal. They thought that that was normal, that they should have to like shift to move, to have a grown man give them space in the classroom. She did this for an entire year. Her friends did this for an entire year. One of my questions is, was an emergency meeting held by anyone to discuss potentially hundreds of kids being the victim of sexual misconduct and abuse by a teacher? Did the district reach out to school psychologists and other healthcare experts on how best to communicate this crisis to parents and what support parents and students would need to move forward? Did the district collaborate with the FBI and discuss what information they were allowed to relay to parents? I was able to find out last week that all the victims in the videos filed in the complaint their families have been notified. If I'm able to find that information out directly from the FBI, that's information that could be relayed to families to put them at ease so parents who have been sick to their stomachs can feel a little bit of ease. It just seems like a reoccurring theme is we often hear, it's district policy. It's district policy. That's the reoccurring theme that I've heard over my years with DPS. In this particular case, it was its district policy not to comment on a personnel matter during an open investigation. While sexual abuse of our students should not fall under a personnel matter. And this isn't really quite a policy, it's more of a practice and one that does not best suit the needs of our students. And since I technically have another 15 seconds, I'll also backtrack and say that when City Honors offered counselors, I spoke to the school psychologist at City Honors, and she had not yet read the complaint nor had any details of information on the allegations against this man, and we're expecting her to properly counsel our students. So there's a lot of pieces missing to give our kids what they need in order to get through this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Diatra Hassan, and followed by Jessica Bauer Walker.
Good evening. My name is Diatra Hassan. I am a parent and a community health worker and part of the Community Health Worker Parent Association. I am a graduate of Buffalo Public Schools, and my children both attend Buffalo Public Schools, Emerson and McKinley High School, respectively. As we work together toward a common goal of equity, wellness, and overall success for our students, I would like to invite you to think about what is the most fundamental aspect of how we can achieve this goal together. I want to invite you to ponder what has worked for you in your life experiences as a teacher, an administrator, board member, or parent, or even in your personal lives. What underlying factor has been the thread in your own success? Was it that special teacher who reached out to you or took you under his or her wing? Was it a parent or family member who seemed to recognize a need you had and filled it? Or maybe it was a person in your community, a business owner, a church member, maybe a coach or even a peer who made you feel understood and supported. Whoever it was someone. I would like to invite you to imagine that you are that someone for someone else. Not as a choice or something nice to do, but as a duty to our students, families, and community at large. to create and foster positive relationships with one another. Whether we are employed by the district or a member of the surrounding community, a parent, a teacher, a security guard, or a nurse, prioritizing the way we communicate and relate to each other can make a world of difference in our lives and in how we work together interdependently to create a holistic and positive experience for our students, parents, faculty, and staff alike. This message is not merely my opinion. It is based in empirical research that positive relationships does not only make our students' learning environment better, but also helps us to live longer and healthier lives. I invite you to look inside yourself and to lift up your capacity for care, empowerment, and openness in order to create the kind of life and culture that we want for ourselves, for our children, and for our generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jessica Bauer Walker.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Bauer Walker. I'm a parent and a PTO president at International School 45, the president of the BPS CHW Parent Association, and the executive director of the Community Health Worker Network of Buffalo, which we have just renamed Connect. We started the Community Health Worker Network 8 years ago because we saw a huge need for those of us that are of and from community to really be the change that we wanted to see. Myself and the other community health workers here tonight, and hundreds of us across Buffalo, have worked to connect parents and students to services and resources, and more importantly, empower them to advocate for themselves, to be self-sufficient. We also helped to found and get funding for a school health and wellness collaborative, recognizing we couldn't just empower parents and students, we really needed a coordinated whole school, whole community approach. Most recently, we spearheaded an initiative called Peace, Love, and Power. We appreciate the district sponsoring Peace, Love, and Power Day last week at Silo City. It was a beautiful event, and we're grateful to those who helped with planning, promotion, and who attended. Peace, Love, and Power is the type of deep-level, integrative work that the district and our families need. We are a collective of healing practitioners, mindfulness and yoga teachers, artists, restorative justice and practice facilitators, ecologists, all of us focused on building relationships with ourselves, our colleagues, and the wider community. We appreciate the work that you're doing around restorative justice and practices, trauma-informed care, culture and linguistic responsive initiatives, and social-emotional learning. And unless we start to connect the dots back to these as strategies for relationship building, they will not have the impact that we need them to. Because restorative practices need to be trauma-informed, and trauma-informed care has to integrate cultural responsiveness, like the reality of racial and historical trauma. When we do things like wand and search children who come into our buildings, we break trust in relationship. When there's egregious sexual misconduct at a school and the district doesn't strongly condemn it, we send a message to our girls in particular that sexual violence is something that we find unfortunate, but we don't really talk about. It's time for self-reflection. What's working and where do we need to grow? How do we build authentic connections with parents and students in particular? How do we shift from thinking to us as parents as people in need of services and instead strong, capable, resilient human beings with agency? We are working as parent leaders to operate from and model our behaviors in communication, in peace and love, and exercise the power needed to liberate ourselves and our community from violence, trauma, and grief. We really need the district to help. We can't be doing these things piecemeal, and when we see issues, like many of the issues that have been raised tonight, and some of them quite serious, we need to figure out how we're going to have a coordinated response. We want to work with you, and we look forward to working with you this school year to build healthy, positive relationships amongst us all. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the end of our speaker list. Dr. Cash.
Yes, colleagues, I would simply say tonight, all of the speakers had various issues that they spoke to. I just want to thank them, each one of them, for their varied comments, their concerns and interests that were represented here tonight. My staff, our team, our board, all of us share your concerns, and we want to make sure that Buffalo Public Schools is responsive to them. And so that's the work. That's the work we're engaged in. And you'll see as the school year unfolds that we will honor our commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. You have an update? Okay.
Colleagues, superintendent's update. There are 5 matters that I'd like to bring you up to date on. Some of these are time sensitive before our next meeting, so I simply wanted to alert you to them. First, we have an upcoming dynamic, comprehensive high school ahead showcase that we have every year, but it's getting stronger and stronger. Last year, I was so impressed with each of the booths and the presenters and the people who were representing their schools with such zeal. They were out trying to grab parents, literally as school teams. We're getting very close, colleagues, to where every high school that we have in the district is becoming a very good, very solid option for the parents and students who choose those schools. We never are satisfied, so we're always trying to improve, but please come on out and support our parents and our students Saturday, September 21st. That's this Saturday, 9 to 12 p.m. at BAVPA, the Buffalo Academy of Visual and Performing Arts, in the cafeteria over on Maston Avenue. I'll see you there. Second, our community schools, Strong Community Schools initiative is fast gaining traction and recognition all across the country. So much so that the the New York State of New York Community Schools Technical Assistance Center has asked Buffalo to host a community school summit in Buffalo. And we're very proud to do so. It'll be on Saturday, October 5th from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And we will have attendees from all over the state come and experience a community school Saturday Academy as part of their participation in the summit, while also attending key breakout sessions. So that's a big deal, colleagues, and we'll be giving you more information as that time approaches through the daily brief and other PR announcements. Now, colleagues, as part of the Child Victim Act and mandatory reporter training, I have asked staff from HR and from legal counsel to present at this week's first principal meetings. So Wednesday, today, we had our elementary principal meeting, and on Friday we will have our high school principal meeting. And part of that agenda, HR has presented a very substantive but yet concise mini training for all of our principals and assistant principals. It's not something new for our educators. All of our educators are mandatory reporters, but we want to make sure that we are in a culture that says, see something, say something, and we will do something. And that's the culture that we represent, certainly under this administration and under this board, and that is how we have proceeded and how we will continue to proceed. If we know something, we will do something. And we have done something every time we have learned of something that has occurred in our schools in relation to this really important. New York State is leading in this important law. On September the 30th, our male academy from MBK scholars will be honored for their outstanding leadership with an MBA All-Star Night on the Town, which will include dinner at Je ne sais quoi on, I hope I said it right. Okay, Je ne sais quoi on Hurdle Avenue, and a classic trombone concert with Dr. Dunwoody Mirville at the Simonelli Recital Hall at Buffalo State College. Because this will be a formal evening for our astute young men, the scholars will be transported by limousine. These students demonstrate strong school attendance, 0 suspensions during the whole 2018-2019 school year, improved grades, and strong brotherhood in helping his fellow brother. This is all made possible through the generous donations of Je ne sais quoi restaurant and Associate Professor of Music at Buffalo State College, Dr. Rick Fleming. And we want to sincerely thank them for their generous support of our young scholars. And then, colleagues, it's important to know that on June 13th, Governor Cuomo signed legislation requiring school districts across New York State to remove non-medical exemption opportunities to families from school vaccination requirements for children. Proof of immunizations must, according to law, be provided within 14 days after the first day of instruction in September. For us, that date is this coming Monday, September 23rd. Students who are not compliant with NYS immunization laws must be excluded from school. So I'm just informing you this because you may get inquiries or concerns. Families have been informed in many, many ways. The district has engaged in radio interviews, shared letters in our top languages through our multilingual education department's translation services, flyers, postings on the web page, robo-telephone calls to families also translated, and nurses and school staff have been calling and informing families since the first day of school. Central registration staff has also been informing families as children are being registered for school. So those are the main updates at this time, and wanted to make sure that you were aware of it. If you have any questions or want further information, please don't hesitate to contact Darren Brown, Chief of Staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Moving forward, can I get for the meeting for August the 21st board meeting minutes, that we can accept them as written? Are you going to accept them? Make a motion to accept them. Mr. Petrucci, and second, Mrs. Dr. Brown. Also, for the September the 11th special board meeting, may I get a motion to accept? I'm sorry, so moved. Did you note it? Did you know who did that? Note it, Lisa? Okay, the second one was Jennifer, right? And the other one? And Mr. Hurd, okay? All right, thank you. Moving forward, we'd like to start with our committee reports. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to advise the board that next week there will be an email going out to all of our teachers, not just that it's their legal responsibility to report any kind of concern, but it's that it's our moral responsibility to do it as well. So we're with you 100. We've got to make sure we work together to make sure that if one child says something, even if you say, no, that can't be the case, it's your responsibility to report that, not just because it's the law, but because it's your responsibility as an educator to make sure that nothing happens to a child. So we'll work with you on that.
Thank you, Phil. That's exactly right. And that'll be a tremendous help on this. I meant to say, colleagues, that the principals are being reminded and trained and so forth, but then the principals will turnkey this training with their teachers and with all of their staff. This is something that everyone has a responsibility for. So we'll make sure that everyone gets that training, and Phil and I will continue to work on making sure that we have a joint communication statement around this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question, does that also include, Dr. Cash, our community partners that are inside our buildings as well? Thank you, I appreciate that. Everyone that works at Okay, and we are also. All members are also. And, okay. All right, thank you. Okay, moving forward in regards to our consent agenda, Mr. Scott, item number 11B, Professional Development Plan 219 through 2020. You have a question or concern?
I looked through the professional development plan, and I'm very impressed with it. I think it's very comprehensive. I like the emphasis on restorative practices, trauma-informed care, culturally and linguistically responsive teaching. And I remember a few years ago, Christina Jackson from the Office of School Climate gave a community presentation on restorative practices. I think that was really my first experience with it, and everybody that was there found it to be very impressive. And so I talked with some staff in that office to see if in some way the Board of Education could be part of that training. And they were very open and excited to doing that. So I'd like to have us consider, we've talked about a retreat. I'd like to have us consider a 6-hour training that they would provide on restorative practices and disproportionality as well. So maybe it could be a 2-day retreat for us as a board. It's a training that they do for staff, and my feeling is that if this is something we're going to champion, we should practice what we preach, and we should also be a part of that training and see what it's like.
Very good.
Experience it.
Thank you. Mrs. Ann?
So is it appropriate for me to make a motion at this point to make that official?
Dr. Cash, she wants to know your opinion on that, and if you think it's appropriate for us to move forward.
Colleagues, frankly, I believe all of these system-wide trainings that we are training as many staff as possible in would be of great value to you as a board as well. There's 4 major trainings that we're working through over a period of years. But certainly as you request or as you can find your time to do it, we will facilitate that for you. I'd be happy to do it. These are all important. Trauma-informed care, restorative practices, disproportionality training, culturally and linguistically responsive initiatives and or teaching, mindset training. I mean, the more you can be familiar with what it is we're trying to have our staff be about, then the more you can advocate for it, the more you can help educate others. Parents, I think we should be offering these kinds of trainings too, and any other stakeholders that you might recommend. Healing circles is something that city government, non-public sector, public sector, all of us as a city should be involved in something like as that part of restorative practices, for example, just how to run and organize and conduct a healing circle, for example, which is a very powerful tool. So in short, we'll do whatever the board wishes to do and help you do that. These facilitators, though, I don't know as much about that and how much time they would require, whether they could do different kinds of modules. As a board, you might not require, for example, the full intensive training. You might require a high-level overview of it. You know, it'd be up to you. But 2 hours, 3 hours of some trainings like this, I think you could get a lot of the main idea and the main concepts of it. It'd kind of be my recommendation based on your busy schedules, but it'd be up to you.
So do we really need to have a vote on that, or is this just an instruction to the superintendent to coordinate it? Is that necessary? You want to see if everyone's interested? It appears that everyone was shaking their heads and was excited about it. So go ahead, put your motion. Put your motion, please.
So I move to have the staff from Office of School Climate, I think I have that right, to facilitate. They have a 6-hour training. That was what was recommended on restorative practices and disproportionality to the entire board. Is that 6 total? It sounded as if, I don't want to speak for them, but it sounded as if they were open to whatever works for us.
Florida Sapphic work will really address some nice features of any sensitivity. Overlap there. Maybe have that first and then see if you still do need another section.
Any other comments? Okay. Are you talking about the sensitivity training? Not at this point. We were waiting for Dr. Darren Brown Hall to present the consultants or the people who would that were being recommended. I recommended one, I think, from other people. So that would be done. Typically, that would be vetted in a committee on one of our committees. Okay. And did you want to say something?
I just wanted to make sure, just to be clear, the restorative practices training would be the full day unless we tailored it to your needs. And the disproportionality training has been a series of trainings, so we would, working with Dr. Morrell, she would want to tailor that probably to your time frame and your needs.
Then my preference would be to just emphasize the restorative practices for this piece with the board.
Okay, so then we need to, again, why don't we send this over to Executive Affairs Committee and you present what you want to do at another time. As far as the 6 hours, I'm not sure how much time. I don't want to put a limit on how much time. If the staff comes back and says we need 9 hours instead of 6 hours, so I think we need to just let them take a look at it, and may come back and say for this, or after we look at it in Executive Affairs, we may not even need that. So let's just leave the time amount of time out, and let's eliminate that piece and just vet it through Mrs. McCruzy's Executive Affairs Committee, and staff will present and give us an idea of what's involved, and then we can set up some time. Dr. Brown, does you have something you want to say?
Some of the overlap, like Dr. Cass mentioned, is there, but it's a very interesting, in-depth concept and training, and you can get a lot out of it in the amount of time that is designated, 6 to 8 hours.
I took the 3-day training with the school when it first rolled out, so it'll be interesting to see how it evolves and refresh the course. Okay, so with that said, are we ready to vote? Okay, do we need a roll call vote, or can we just vote from the table at this point? Okay, all right. So all in favor, please raise your hand. It is a unanimous decision. No opposed? Okay, thank you. All right. No, we're going to... Yeah, that time you'll find what time, they'll provide you with your times and et cetera, et cetera. Okay, so if there are no other exceptions on this agenda, is Nate, you'll do it? Okay. Dr. Brown Hall, may we have a roll call vote, please? No exceptions. But we've already voted that. We're doing a consent agenda at this point.
No exceptions.
No exceptions.
No exception.
Exception line 64, recruits. Reason, family member. Other than that, no exceptions. Thank you. Okay, we're moving right along here. Let's see. Yeah, we do. I am going to ask, I'm going to move up the unfinished business piece before we go into executive session, if that's okay with the board. Oh, our committee reports. I'm sorry. My apologies. Our committee reports. Let's start with, let's go around the table. Mr. Hurd, we'll go this way. I think we went that way the last time. Right. Start with Mr. Hurd.
Yes, I'd like to talk about something that's dear. Just take a moment to reflect on the life of Norrell Daniel Eldridge. This was the young man that was killed during trying to break up a fight at a football game. He was a football coach for a Little League football team. And some incidents came on and he was shot and killed on September 1st, 2019. What makes this so bad is that I knew his father. His father's name is Charles Murray. I went to school with him in Seneca High School. And he was a grade below me on the football team, basketball team, very, very vibrant person. And he gave me permission to speak about this today. Charles Murray has lost 3 sons due to gun violence in the city of Buffalo. This is the 3rd son that he lost. And it's tormenting him, his family, to go through this over, and for the 3rd time. It's very disheartening for the family, the community, and being a community leader in youth football. He touched a lot of our kids' lives that's right here in our Buffalo Public Schools. I was going to read just a couple of sentences off his obituary. Norrell Daniel Eldridge, also known as Noah, was born on July 27, 1983 in Buffalo, New York, to Dolores Catherine, and his father was Charles Murray. Noah attended Buffalo Public Schools, and at the age of 7, he began playing Little League football, and then he went out to play semi-pro. Noah has such a great passion for football that he began coaching Little League football in the Pop Warner Bills in 2009. 2 years later, he moved over to the Raiders Little League football team, where he won the divisional championship. In 2013, he became one of the founding fathers of the Best Elite Ducks. That was a new football campaign that was started, and he helped founded that program. And they went on to win the first national championship in 2014. Noah was always willing to go above and beyond to make sure that the youth had all their necessities. And at his services, all he talked about was, his dedication to football, his dedication to the kids, staying there late, making sure that the kids got home through the rain, and when the season started to snow. He was there. When the kids had problems, they called him and came to him. Now losing 3 children, it has an effect on the families because of walking the streets. You can't go into a neighborhood and drive down the street without seeing the site where you lost one of your children. And Noah has 5 children of his own, that's now doesn't have a father. The reason why I'm saying all this is because the reason why we're in education is to educate our children. We must be held accountable, for our actions because in the past, some of our kids went to the school system with a bad education, and that led to living in squalor conditions. We know this trend has happened, and due to this violent act that has happened, that our children have to face this in our schools, and we expect them to go to school and get good grades and get there on time without attitude. We also have teachers that have to deal with the children in their classrooms. We have to be proactive with the teachers and dealing with the children who act out, who's going through this type of turmoil. Now, it doesn't just affect the kids that he was teaching. He taught football for over 10 years. So that's kids that's right now that's in grade school and in high school and has graduated from high school. So over a 10-year period, he has taught children who've been in their lives. Now, I know that Hope J, has established the anti-bullying program here with the board and working with judges and community leaders, and I hope that they can have a great effect. But we need to really concentrate on restorative justice practices, just like what Larry just stated, for the board itself, but also to make it mandated for the whole school district to practice the restorative justices, because it will ease the tension, the pain. It will teach the children a different way other than going to violence to solve issues. So I'm not going to take up much more time, but Dr. Cash just said something. He said, see something, say something, and do something. And this is what I'm doing right now. I'm saying something because we have to work together, not just as the board, but as the administration, the principals, to make sure that our children are protected, that we need to take time out to listen to them. Every teacher, to put the message out. They all have something to say. Everybody's going through something. You're going through something. Their family's going through something. And if we can help them any type of way with mentoring, counseling that goes to the families, to the homes, we should be reactive to do things like that and proactive so that we can address issues before they start.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's do this in moving forward. Let's focus in on the committee report, and then if anyone wants to talk about anything else, we'll do it toward the end under unfinished business, okay? All right, thank you. Dr. Revere?
Yes, so I'd like to deliver my committee report for student achievement. At the committee, we started thinking about systems thinking that Dr. Cash and his staff had presented earlier. It was a plan that it was created in 2015, was going to go through to 2020. We talked about building equity and quality across the system, that we're at a place where we're improving processes and aligning systems. And in order to start that kind of work, and especially to respond to the areas in which we're still working towards the kind of student achievement that we want to see, especially if we're talking about systems, we're talking about equity and quality. We received some presentations to align what we're thinking about doing as a work in a committee, along with the work that's already being done. So Chief Academic Officer Botticelli went over some of the initiatives that are continuing to go, and then as well as how it aligns to some of the new initiatives for this year. We got about 3/4 of the way through the presentation. We're going to pick it up again, and then we're going to take a lot of what happened in that presentation, we're going to move it into goals, and that's what we're doing looking forward, that are aligned with what the district are already doing. We're going to be looking into it even further, how that affects student achievement.
Thank you. Jen?
So the Executive Affairs Committee had met where we were going over what we've been working on for a while, with a deadline of making sure that we get our district goals that we would like the superintendent to, follow and direct his agendas for the rest of the year. We have a deadline of later this month in order to make sure that we all are in agreement with the goals set forth. We've been moving pretty well, I think, as far as the timeline goes. Any board member here, if you look at your emails today, the goals were again resent that Dr. Cash had put out, and what he was thinking. What we said we would do is reflect, and then the executive committee will meet with Dr. Cash in order to make this, put this plan in place. So if the board members are okay with that, seeing as the deadline is coming up, instead of trying to get us all together in a room, if you would entrust us with the executive committee to meet with Dr. Cash, then we'll do so in order to put these goals in place. I also attended the Buffalo Parent-Teacher Organization meeting this past Saturday. A lot of the students that you saw in the room were mostly seniors from Da Vinci who were excited about the opportunity to work on the Indigenous Day, Italian Heritage Day, researching what's happening, working not just with BPTO as they presented the resolution to begin with, but with all of us. So they were instructed to make sure they come to the meetings, and working with myself and any other board member who'd like to be a part of this, they're going to start talking to us and reaching out to us in order for them to see what we're expecting, what they're expecting. I think it was pretty much straightforward what Dr. Cash was kind of putting on the table. But they still were a little wondering where we will all fit into it. So there's still a lot of, a little research going on. And I want to just also, shout out those students. They stayed as long as they could. They're going to be a big part of the work. I've seen you had 2 students with Push Buffalo hoodies on who were representing the organization, but on top of that, those students are working and they head up a youth action team that consists of over 30, 40 youth members. And they're looking to partner now with all of those folks that were here and talk to each other about what's happening and hopefully get in touch with Inner High. And, we as board members, if we can encourage all of our students to come together on that level, we can really make something.
Thank you, Paulette Woods. We had a finance and ops meeting and we went over the general operating budget, and we're going to have another meeting to go over Title I funds and give the board members a thorough understanding of what the funds are supposed to be used for so they can direct the money to where the priorities are. I've been meeting with parents who are concerned about the weather coming up and transportation issues. We need to address the policy issue of the 1.5 mile limit because our children are not coming to school in the snow because they can't walk on 1.5 miles. And I have several parents who are concerned with young ladies' safety. So that's an issue that the parents are bringing to me, and we need to address some way of getting them a discount bus pass, because the MFTA is saying they have to pay $75. That's almost $1,000 so the children can come to school. The other issue that I'm working on, this next Saturday is the American Legion Jesse Clipper Post Centennial 100-year celebration. The veterans have been serving our community. I am the commander. I gave everybody a flyer. That's going to be our Centennial Gala, jazz, dancing, and I'm hoping that board members will attend and support. Our McKinley ROT students will be posting the colors. So basically for me now, it's just meeting with parents and addressing their issues.
Thank you. This week, myself and Representative Terrence Hurd attended the swearing-in of now Chief Buffalo City Court Judge Craig Hanna, proud product of the Buffalo Public Schools. It was a good moment, and Craig is an example of what we can all achieve. Next week, if anyone either wants to mentor or is looking for a mentor, the Erie County Association of School Board is offering that program for new school board members. I also had the opportunity to attend the Peace, Love, and Power Family Day at Silo City. Well attended, great location, great event. And lastly, I just wanted to speak about one of our community schools. South Park High School is looking for scraps of material, old fabric, old clothes to make upcycled wreaths for the holiday season, but the material needs to get to the school by this Friday, so if anyone has anything laying around the house, South Park is looking for donations. Thank you.
I forgot one very important thing. The African American quarter was Christian, and the ribbon cutting was day before yesterday, and all the elected officials were there, and I did mention how our MBK students, 7th and 8th graders, will be having field trips to see the African American corridor. If you have a chance to drive down Michigan Avenue near William Street, it is a beautiful
$400,000 structure lights up. It really puts a mark on the African American quarter.
Quick question before you move on. What are some of the things that South Park is looking for?
It's just scraps of material or old clothing that can be converted into a holiday wreath. That can be used to create a holiday wreath. So they take old fabric and they make these wreaths out of it. And this is one of their community school projects, so it will occur on this Saturday.
August 28th, I attended the Erie County Association for School Boards dinner, fall dinner. Majority and a leader and Assemblywoman Crystal People-Stokes was the keynote speaker. She gave just a great story on her family history and also a history of school nurses in Buffalo. That I knew she was a champion of that, but I didn't know all the history of it and where it started and where we are now. There were 5 of us that were at the dinner. Buffalo was well represented. One of the last things I did as a BPTO leader and as part of the Parent Congress was part of a meeting where we agreed to have a retreat, and because we had grown, and I was happy to see that with the leadership of Dr. Reynolds, Dr. Williams, and Dr. Rosser, I think may have started this too before he left. They did have that Parent Congress retreat with all the parent groups yesterday. Looked like it went very well. So happy to see that. This past Saturday, I attended the Saturday Academy at North Park Community School. It was just well attended, hundreds of people there, well energized, the farmers market, pony rides, lots of fun things happening there. It was a great feeling to be a part of that. Yesterday, I was a guest speaker at School 81, my kids' school, for Dads Take Your Child to School Day, and that was well attended. Well over 100 dads, male figures, uncles, grandfathers were there. Same thing, just it was great to be in that setting. If you're ever looking for a model school on a setting that's welcoming and warm, walk into School 81 for arrival in the morning. You're greeted by several adults, teachers, administrators, aides that are just there to make you smile, make the kids smile. It's really a good feeling. Last 2 things, the things that I get calls from the most from parents. Central Registration has a task force meeting tomorrow. Happy to hear that that's getting launched. I'm really hoping that we can become more accessible, more responsive to parents. I'd like to see something develop where we're in our Saturday academies, informing parents on the registration process, and also allowing them to use the Saturday academies to register their children after they're accepted into a school. And then transportation concerns. I know the staff has been taking this very serious. We're getting a lot of emails from parents on transportation issues regarding first student. I commend the staff for being so responsive on this. Dr. Darren Brown sent a great email today giving us an update. And I'm just wondering if it would be possible for you to maybe create a statement that could go out kind of updating the community on some of the concerns regarding first student, and also contact information for parents to call if they have concerns. Excellent, thank you. That's it.
Let's see. I'm so excited to see that the black churches are more involved in community. I attended a couple of Unity in the Community activities at the end of August and early September, where they were supplying young people with book bags, the pony rides, different activities. I represented the agency that I work for, Buffalo Urban League, that has a wealth of information as it relates to housing, senior services, preventive services, health-related activities, and the black arts. I did meet also with Judge James McLeod, who is
forming a relationship with a principal at Charles Drew. That's one of my schools. And what he's working on is a mentoring program to include other attorneys to mentor some of the young African American males who are experiencing behavior problems. And his idea is to include activities, to include field trips to downtown courts, perhaps looking at some of the other systems that involve that with that whole pipeline. He's not excluding females, but he wanted to include the females because there are African American judges as well that could also mentor those young ladies. And then lastly, well, two things. Some of us attended the new board member training on August 23rd and 24th, which was very enriching. It included governance and fiscal responsibility, and that was held in Niagara Falls. And then lastly, last night I attended a NAACP forum. It was held at EOC downtown, EOC, the Education Opportunity Center, Arthur O. Eve Education Opportunity Center. And the topic was Are Civil Rights Really for Everyone? It was very inspiring. There was a few attorneys. The Minority Bar Association was represented, as well as other community pioneers, such as Charlie Fisher, Reverend Mark Blue, who is the president of NAACP. And it was interesting because they provided a lot of data. We're talking about civil rights 55 years ago and what that looks like compared to then and now. And what was striking was to find out that the number of African Americans who are involved in criminal justice system, whether it's jail, probation, etc., the numbers exceed what it looked like when slaves were around in 1850. So that was disturbing, and that was all I had.
Thank you. Jennifer Makuzi wanted me to report out that also at the Executive Affairs meeting that the committee assignments occurred, and although we're still working on the subcommittee piece, currently we have Student Achievement, Dr. Ann Revere, Executive Affairs, Ms. Jennifer Makusi, Educational Support, Mr. Terrence Hurd, Finance and Operations, Ms. Paulette Woods, Special Education Parent Advisor Committee, Dr. Ann Revere, Erie County Association of School Boards, Mr. Larry Scott, Mr. Lou Petrucci, and Dr. Ann Revere, Parent Congress, Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, Teacher Policy Board, Ms. Jennifer Makuzi, Common Council Education Committee Representative, Mr. Louis Petrucci, backup, Mr. Larry Scott, Inter-High Student Council Liaison, Mrs. Sharon Belton Cotman, Ms. Jennifer Makuzi, Council of Great City Schools, Ms. Sharon Belton Cotman, Conference of Big Five School Districts, Ms. Sharon Belton Cotman. Also, the Career Technical Education Committee, we're going to reactivate that. I would be Sharon Belton Cotman this year working that. There are other subcommittees that will be presented in the near future as we go through the proper procedures to put them in place. Okay. In regards to some of the things I've done, I attended August the 28th, the Western New York Press Conference for our students, our National Student Flight Space Flight Program, where our children from International Prep were honored. We're very proud that this is our second opportunity for our children to participate in this program. On the 29th, district-wide annual administrators kickoff event, we had several board members that were there. Dr. Revere, Terrence Hurd, Lou, I think you came through. Were you there? Okay. Was Larry, were you there? I can't remember. It's so long ago. Dr. Evans Brown was there. So it was Evans Brown, Revere, Terrence, and myself. Okay. On the 30th, I attended the grand opening of Data Harp, which is the CEO, Ivory Robinson, who recently won an award from the district to help with the digital divide within our communities. On September the 5th, I met with former board member Larry Quinn. Mr. Quinn has made a commitment to continue to work in some capacity for us, to help us in our district. He is particularly interested in working with the career technical education piece. He was kind enough to pick up his phone and call one of the most powerful people in Western New York to find out a program that this organization is sponsoring in another city, and he wants to try to work with us on that. So it's good to see that board members who are no longer here still have the heart to try to reach back. I think you guys will remember that Mr. Quinn did have 4 different young people that he was working with, and some tragic things happened in the lives of those individuals, which I think touched him to his heart to the degree where he does not want to give up on any of our students. September the 6th, I attended the first day celebration at Olmsted, and following that, the Regents, Dr. Catherine Collins, asked me to go over to Harvey Austin and to Burgard, so we did that, and I was appreciative to spend some time with her. East High School Community Day last Saturday, I agree, was a great event, and I'm looking forward to attending additional community school events this week. On Saturday, the 21st, an invitation has been given to board members to come to WFO on Broadway at 11 o'clock to discuss why the resolution was filed in regards to changing the date for the election. So I have committed that I will be there. The board members are welcome to come. It will be an open conversation to the community to explain our position. This is WFO at 11 o'clock. There was a major discussion on the radio previous Saturday. I had to call in, and it went longer than the time allowed, and they asked for us to come back. So I told them that I would extend to our board members the opportunity to come and have a conversation why this board feels it has an opinion about what's happening with the school board election. Okay. It's at Broadway in Michigan, WFO. It's the 21st at 11, and this is under, I can't think of the show right now, Buffalo on Fire is the name of the show. And so what's important, the reason that I accepted the invitation is because without having a balanced opinion, one method, a message goes out. And certainly as board members, if we decide to do an action, we certainly should be respected, and our opinion, if nothing else, but our opinion should be respected. And so I am prepared to have that conversation with the community, and I invite any of you who want to come to be there a little bit before 11 o'clock, and let's deal with that. This is a show that's hosted by Kaiser Pointer, and is Charlie Fisher part of that as well, and there's some other people. I think Attorney Pendergrass, and I'm not sure of the other person that's on there. But suffice it to say, it was important that I call in when I called in. Thank you very much. So, with that said, I'm looking forward to an interesting conversation, and the topic will just be on that on Saturday. They want us to come back to other days. We will set up different appointment times. But since that conversation went out last week about it, I want to make sure that it is completely vetted and everyone has an opportunity to speak about it. And I will limit the conversation to that item only. Okay? With that said, we need to prepare to go into an executive session oh, you want to say something? Okay.
Colleagues, one comment to inform you under Jennifer McCosey's report. She talked about the students getting excited or getting ready to participate in that's right, in that work that we had signaled back in August. And I would say that I have directed Chief Academic Officer Ann Botticelli and Associate Superintendent for Culturally Responsive, Linguistically Responsive Initiative, Dr. Fatima Morel. They've been working together. That is about to launch. They've gotten some very good groundwork done, and now they're preparing instructions and a communication plan, timeline, all of that, and curriculum, frankly, and curriculum resources to be referred to for teachers and everyone to participate in this. So this is going to be a really big deal. We're not putting a time frame on it as to, begin and end, but we want to begin soon, and then give it as much time as the teachers and the course sequencing indicates, as we study both Italian and European history as well as Native American history, and on and on. So ready, working together, colleagues. We'll be launching soon, correct? Okay. And we'll stay tuned and give you more information about that as it gets there. Okay.
So I'm glad we have a framework and we're working on this, but it was presented as like it was going to be a student-led kind of, mission. So I just want to make sure, like, how while you were creating the groundwork, were some of these students or any students kind of involved in that, or you know what I mean? It was just literally kind of rolled out a month ago. So I'm happy we're moving forward so quickly, but I really would like to not the way the community that I've been working with. I don't know if there's been any other, attempts to incorporate student voice, but the whole jive about this is that it was student driven. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Yeah.
Because just in your statement, I heard like the teachers and folks here putting it together, but I didn't hear where they came. So if we can just communicate how students are engaged in the
students
whole
still
process.
need direction and support in order to do it. So
sure.
Student voice, students will be included in front and center in this, right, Fatima? That's one group, but I want as many groups, as many students as possible to be engaged in this. So we're going to seed it. We're going to seed it, and then they're going to feed it.
Okay. As long as I know like how to communicate that in case it comes out that they're not engaged as much. Thank you.
Okay, so we want to move forward. We need to do two things. One thing before we go into executive session, I'd like to do a moment of silence for those who are no longer with us, on behalf of their families as well as the community. And then I would like to entertain a motion to go into executive session, okay, for the following purposes. To discuss collective negotiations with the Buffalo Teachers Federation, to discuss pending and potential litigation related to the Child Victims Act filed by unidentified individuals, to discuss pending litigation with the DCSA. 4, for the purpose of discussing the discipline of specific district employees. And 5, for the purpose of receiving legal advice. May I get a motion on that now, and then we'll do the moment of silence. All three hands came up at one time. So can we get a second? Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay, so let's stand. After that, our moment of silence, then we will go, we will break and go into executive session. In honor of August the 19th, Mildred J. Stallings, cousin of Laquita Shetwick, teacher at McKinley High School, and Tanika Shetwick, principal of Build Community School. September the 1st, coach Nazo Daniel Aldridge. September the 4th, Francis X. Frank Salva Moro, father of Charles A. Salvamorso, budget examiner at the budget department. September the 6th, William J. Butch Coffey, father of Leslie Baquad, a TOSA in the CTE department and AP instructor. Yesterday, September the 17th, Fern Jackson Beaver, the first mental health nurse in our district, passed. One more time, please. Thank you. We will move forward.
Yes, I have two motions. The first motion will be to appoint CPAC parent members. For those who may not know, CPAC is comprised of parent representatives who work with the board, district personnel, and parents to improve the support and education of students with disabilities in the Buffalo Public Schools. They serve three major functions: education regarding the needs of students with disabilities, parent support, and policy recommendations regarding special education. Their next meeting is Tuesday, October 15th at 9:30 in the morning at Early Childhood School number 17. I'd like to move that the members that were submitted be, the nominations that were submitted be confirmed with the addition of Geraldine Arnold under Park District Representative Lou Petrucci. Thank you. Okay. Would you like them to be listed as vacant? To be determined? Okay, so shall I amend the motion? Yeah? Yeah. So I amend the motion to confirm the representatives as listed, with the amendments of Geraldine Arnold being in the Park District under Lou Petrucci, and both representatives under Ms. Woods being listed to be determined.
All those in favor? Are there any opposition? No. Okay, so everyone's fine.
We'll move on to the second one. The second motion, in accordance with Board Policy 6110 and its underlying regulation, I'd like to make a motion to have the following individuals appointed to the Commission on Ethics. Ms. Liz Penipent, under myself, Dr. Ann Rivera, term ends December 2021. Ms. Mary Ruth Kapsiak, under Ms. Paulette Woods, term ends on December 2021. Ms. Teresa Childers, under Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, term ends December 2021.
We have a motion to move. Second. Okay. Let's take a roll call vote if everyone's agreeing with that. All in favor? Any opposed? No. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the final item here. I'd like to make a motion to continue the Board of Education's involvement with the Council of Great City Schools and approve payment in the amount of $39,552 for the 2019-2020 school year. May I have a motion? May I have a second? Okay, second. May we have a roll call vote for this one? Unless you're okay, no roll call? Nobody's, okay, we'll take it, we'll take a voice vote. Let's go with that. Sorry.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No. Okay, so then,
Motion passed.
the second motion to continue the Board of Education's involvement with the Conference of Big Five School Districts and approve payment in the amount of $75,000 for the 2019-2020 school year. May I have a motion? May I have a second? Okay. You want to comment? Okay, just open.
Point of observation, colleagues, this money you may want to direct us to bring back a report or something to you about exactly what we, how we benefit from this particular expenditure. Well, no, Council of Great City Schools, I think you need to be a part of. I really do. 61 urban school districts. There's a lot going on in the state right now. I mean, I just think we should look at what it is that they're supposed to lobby and help us with legislation and things like that. Colleen, frankly, I go up there, we go up there, and we get a lot more done. I'm not against the fact that we have an organization like this, but I want us to just examine and you have a clear reporting of what you get for this money. Because 75 times 5, you see, that adds up in 5 years, and then what has the return been? So I just don't want you to go year over year over year automatically doing this without periodically reassessing. It's like going out to bid again. You know, you have a competitive look at what it is that you're getting for your 75,000. That's all.
Okay, so my recommendation, I'm sorry, you want to go over?
I would just add too, I think that happened really fast. I didn't even know that was on our agenda. I think that's something that needs to be posted on our agenda, both of those items. Yeah, that slipped past me.
Well, the reason that it was put on today is that Darren Brown, Mr. Brown called and said that in our new auditor, or this is why this was put on without the board knowing about it prior to this.
These two items are put on because I was, Rick Fanton, who is our Director of Purchase, who is our former claims auditor, came to me and said the board had not approved these items prior, and that a motion would need to be passed in order for these bills to be paid for the 2019-2020 school year. And so we've been a partner with both Council of Great City Schools and the Council of Big Five for many, many years. Today. Right, and we called President Kottman on the phone. Correct.
Is there any issue in tabling both to October?
I don't know. I can't speak to that. I don't know when the bill is due. So I really don't know.
What would be the reason for tabling it? I need some clarity, because we are part of the Big Five.
Similar to what Dr. Cash said, a better understanding of whether it's money well spent and what it's spent on and how it benefits us and our kids in our district. Both of them, yeah. I don't have any knowledge of, right, so we'd have to, can we bring that back?
Well, I can actually send you all information. I can send you the annual reports, and I can send you the information about the Council of Great City Schools and the Big Five. As a matter of fact, next month, those of you who are attending the NISBA conference will be attending the Big Five meeting that entire day. They're our direct contact to the Board of Regents, to the legislators, and so that's why the Big Five is important. And I can bring you whatever information you request at the next work session. I can email it to you. You let me know what you prefer.
Can I just say that if we do, we decide that we're going to vote on this now, is there any way that we can publicly go on record stating that, we did this based on, we have a new board, we're basing this on our involvement in the past, but we would like to make it known that we want goals set, we want to be able to count on what's originally in the plan. If they're not lobbying with us and they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing, we need to make it very public. We approve this, but we want to make sure you're going to uphold your end of the bargain. Because
Right.
75 grand or 39 grand is no joke.
Right, and that will be on record. For example, the Big Five. The minute you all passed that resolution about the election, that went straight to Jennifer and Cammie at the Big Five, and they're the ones that gave it to the legislators to put on the governor's desk to get it in front of the governor. So they're the ones that take it a step further to work with the government officials for us.
Okay, and anytime you get any of that information, then we get that, with the internal, we'll get those updates that, they're going to, or they committed to, we're
Correct.
reevaluating, so they need to reevaluate how they do with us.
Okay.
And then we get that support that.
Correct. And I would encourage.
Would that be enough, Larry, to make you feel comfortable knowing that we're kind of up against it? Or
Yeah, if that's a consensus amongst the board.
is that cool for everybody?
Okay, so because it was a question, yes, I think we should take a roll call vote if we're going to move forward. I can say that I have worked with the Big Five. I have not worked with the Council of Great City Schools that often. But when we do our lobbying efforts and when we are working on certain things, one of the things we are working on that they've been helping us with is the Charter School Initiative. They have been very instrumental in making sure that certain things are not passed in Albany. They are a lobbying group. That's the Big Five. And we have an intimate relationship with them, and we will ask them to produce whatever information you need. We are part of the Big Five, and Buffalo is one of the leading organizations in that. So we definitely look forward to seeing if you got having spelled out what they do. But they do a lot of work in Albany for us, and they are well respected, and they do a lot of work with the region. Matter of fact, they said at the last region meeting to represent our interests as well. So they're there when we're not there. So we'll be happy to report out. Okay, so I think we should take a roll call vote on this because there was a question.
Yes, Matt. Dr. Evans Brown, do you have a quick statement before the vote? Or are you ready to vote?
I'm ready to vote.
Okay, you just grab the microphone and we'll touch you. Okay. And it does take 6 votes to pass because it is a late item. That is the board's policy. Dr. Evans Brown.
Yes, I have read up on some of this information. I know that I'm a new board member, but it certainly sounds like they have some good data. You know, both of the committees or organizations. So I would agree that we, stay afloat and continue to, observe the research and make sure that we're getting the bang for our buck.
So with that, you're yes?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Ms. J? Mr. Posey?
Yes.
Mr. Petrucci? No objection, yes. Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
I just want to say that when we go to these other school boards, there are 4,000 people, 2,000 people. The Big Five are the ones we have the things in common with, the same big urban issues with. So I emphatically support the Big Five, and I'll take Dr. Cash's word on the other one. So yes.
There we go. That's what I was looking for.
To your point, and again, just something to look at, colleagues. I'm not.
Okay, can we finish the vote and then we can have another discussion? We're in the middle of it.
President
Yeah.
Hilton Cotton.
Yes, and if
Okay.
you want to have, there's nothing wrong with taking a look at everything. when we're
Here's the
spending
point.
money.
We have been trying since I got here to get that ban for the distance to get a transportation, bus to school, into .7. You see? And those are things I expect them to be able to go get legislation done on that. Because all the big five agree. Yeah. And get the state to still pay, we pay us. But, okay, see, it's a big five kind of a thing. And there's certain things like that that we need to work together to actually get done because they matter more than some of the other kinds of things. So
I found them
let's
to be
look
very-
at it. We'll look at it.
I found them to be very receptive to whatever we need. All we have to do is ask. Thank you. Okay. All right. With that, they've gotten a lot done, Dr. Cash. Certainly I've seen them. I've seen more out of the big five than I don't know what the Council of City Great Schools do. Yes, Mr. Hurd.
Yes, the last thing I wanted to address was October 5th is the 27th Annual Black Achievers Award Dinner. And I sent this email out to Darren, and he referred me to Nate about this, about having 2 tables. Not 2? Okay, 1 table. I stated 2 tables.
We need to have a legal opinion about that, please.
I know Darren said it was stated that it had to be for educational purpose.
Yeah, well, the educational purpose, and that it'd be also for members of the Board of Education to go and enjoy that education. I don't know what the purpose of the second table would be, Mr. Hurd, so maybe you can expand upon that, because you're not going to be able to give seats to anybody and everybody, because that would be a gift of public funds. So we're unable to do that. If it were for students or any other maybe member of the district, then it may be permissible. But I think in this case, my advice would be limited to one table for that reason. An educational purpose.
Yes.
Well, you know, I would say that learning about Black achievers and the significant contributions to the area, and letting them be role models and bringing that information to our students is educational. Because right now, our children really don't know their history, they don't know their local leaders, and we've got the MBK program where we're calling on these leaders to support our kids, be the role model. So I support that the one table is a good idea, and it is an educational purpose. And what is it? 2/3 of our population is minority, Hispanic, brown people.
Where there are 9 board members, the table seat 8, and with administration, superintendent, administration wanted to come, and should have been more seats available for someone else to come to.
Larry, did you want to say something?
Yeah, based on what Darren shared today, I'm opposed to us spending public dollars on this event. I support the event. Privately, I might support it, and I support any of us privately supporting it. I'm opposed to us as a board using public funds to provide for us to attend this event. And I also think that it opens us up to every one of us coming to a board meeting and asking for public funds then to go to particular events.
So you are aware that our public school students do perform there during the event?
That wasn't shared though in the email.
And then also, at this event, the funds support our kids with scholarships.
Yes.
So keep that in mind as well.
They give out college scholarships to Buffalo Public School students. Heard about me through the Black Achiever Award. Yes, they give out 2 full college scholarships out every year. 2 full college scholarships. No, full scholarships. Full. Okay. I believe it's 1 year. Where the school of their choice, where they going to school at.
So when
it is an educational venue.
I'm sorry to interrupt. When this question came up before, it was immediately after. I'm sorry. Oh, I thought you said cut. It was immediately after there was approval for the another event, and when the discussion came up internally with the purchase director and the claims auditor, the question that has to be asked is, how are you, as a board member, attending this event? How does it further the mission of the board or further your ability to do your job as a board member? That's what has to be asked when you're spending money. For example, when you pass a motion to attend the dinner of the Erie County Association of School Boards, right? When they have their law conference, or when they have their new memo orientation, or when they have their legislative breakfast, there's a direct connection of furthering the mission of the school board, or you being a school board member, it better rounding you out. You have to make that connection anytime you pass a motion to use public funds to attend an event. And so that's what happened with the discussion after the last time. And so that's how we have to look at everything going forward.
Compelling, I like to say that we spend a lot of time in a lot of different programs, attending programs for our children that promote our school children. At this event, you're going to have performing arts school children that's going to be performing live, and then you have the college scholarship that goes out. So I don't see why it isn't considered an educational piece. how we can benefit by supporting our kids and standing up in unison with them, and the teachers that's going to be there also.
Right, so I'll let the board.
Does the board purchase the table for the NAACP breakfast every year, or do we purchase those tickets individually? I feel like the board does.
When is that?
Because I've often been there alone.
Right. Well, that
until people start trickling in. So I don't see how this is different. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand.
And again, going back to the most recent conversation that was had internally after the very last time this was done, I believe for the MLK brunch that was approved in the spring, that's when these last discussions took place. Well, it wasn't even a policy, it was a practice of just approving without having that knowledge, and always after the fact of the matter, having, someone internally say, why was this approved, type of thing.
Can we legitimize what we're saying here, create a policy, or because right now it's still kind of roundabout what we're going to do. So based on what you're saying, to me as a board member, if I was to attend this, I would be encouraging, supporting students. I would be encouraging and supporting the recipients of scholarships. But personally, that would be my personal gratitude as a board member, is that I'm encouraging other students. Is that not enough? Or does it have to promote me as an individual in my role? Because that's where I'm seeing where you're trying to go with this. But if I want to support, say, one of the students are from my district, and yeah, I might know them personally, but they're from my district, from my school, it uplifts me as a board member to be there to support them. Does that not qualify? Because it isn't just Jen McCosey bettering herself as a school board member.
Right, and there's always a fine line on what the board should pay for and what you as an individual board member should pay for. For example, a couple of years ago it was decided that the board can't buy a table to the mayor's state of the city, right? Because that's the point. And it doesn't really advance you as a board member, right, in doing your job on the board. So looking at this as opposed to the Erie County Association of School Board, but the funds to that. Okay.
Well,
yeah, right.
Well, let me read the scholarships on the scholarship page for this event. It says the Buffalo Black Achievers Corporation recognizes the importance that education plays in the lives of our area youth. Black Achievers Corporation strongly believes that education is one of the pillars to success. Therefore, we are proud to plant a financial seed for the continued education in the lives of students. The Black Achievers Educational Incentive Award was established at the recommendation of Mrs. Irma D. Robertson. She was a great teacher and principal in the Buffalo Public School system. She was a strong advocate of education and supporter of the 1490 Enterprise, the Black Achiever Industry Award Banquet. She thought that it was important to incorporate the young people in the schools in this event. The Black Achiever Scholarship Fund, established at the recommendation of Dr. Catherine Collins, who currently serves as the chairperson, with the ongoing support and commitment from the Uniland Development Company, Belmont Management Company, we awarded over $25,000 in scholarships to Western New York high school students in the past 10 years. The scholarships are presented to recipients at the commencement ceremony during the following graduation year. We believe in public recognizing the scholastic achievements of the high school students to empower other young people to strive for excellence. 2 high schools are invited to attend the award banquet to celebrate the significant contributions of the Black Achiever Award recipients. Many of the scholarship recipients have gone on to attend college and universities throughout the United States. Then it lists all of the high schools that's in the city of Buffalo. I would actually have to call to find out, because it's not listed here.
You should know the cost.
Well, I think I just read it, Larry.
No, but the board is essentially
It's a
authorizing the
sponsor.
expenditure of money, so.
You know, Ann, go ahead.
I have a question about this then. So when we talk about educational focus, right, the Erie County Association of School Boards makes sense because it allows us to become better school board members and function more productively for the district, correct? Is there a precedent for us sponsoring tables at events where it's the educational purpose is scholarship? Yes, there is. So that's the question, right? So that's the question about scholarships, is whether or not that continues. So if that happened in the past, the question is, does it continue to be an educational purpose in the future? That's what we're trying to determine. But that aside, we do need to, I don't feel comfortable saying yes to something unless I know what the cost is. And the other thing that I'd like to know is what's the budget allotted for these kinds of events? How much money is in that budget? And then what the educational criteria is. It sounds to me like as a board we have to come together and discuss what that criteria is before we can move forward, especially since, if I understand you correctly, Dr. Brown, that has changed. That there was one previous practice, there were some questions, and now we're trying to determine what the current practice should be. Is that correct? Okay.
Okay.
A table for 10 is $750.
Okay, so I guess the bigger issue is that if I look at this website, every child that has ever gotten a scholarship has been from Buffalo Public Schools. Okay, so the issue is, are we going to support an event that supports our children and provides them with a scholarship or not? And that's what it boils down to, because I'm just looking at the website. That's all I can do.
President,
Yeah.
I also believe that if we're talking about parents, you mentioned that our young people are performing. Did I hear you say that? That they're performing that night of this event?
That's to my understanding.
It would behoove us not to be present as a board, showing our presence in support of these young people.
So my concern with this is solely, it's not about this event at all. This is fine. My only concern is we have a lot of events that support our students. We have a lot of events where our students perform. And what I don't want to do is I don't want to do something where we support one but not another. And that's my concern going forward, mostly going forward just in general. And I'm unclear about what our criteria is, and I still need to know what is the funding available to support these events. We need to know what that is so we can make some informed judgment on it. This is a valuable event. It is. It's just, my question is then, how many, how much money, what are we supporting and what are we not supporting in terms of purposes and in terms of performance? Because your point about performing is important. We need to come out and support our students. We absolutely do. It's just a question of, if we have limited funds, how do we pick and choose? And we need to have something very coherent so we don't end up saying yes to one event and then no to another in the community.
I asked when the event is. How soon is it? We won't have time for it.
October 5th, no, we won't have time.
Okay, well then, I'm just gonna, listening to what you read, I'm gonna say Buffalo Performing Arts is my school. I wanna support my school, my students performing. You're talking about scholarships. The money is going to scholarships for our children, not the charters, not Western New York, our children. You're talking about mentors who we want to come back into our schools and pour into our children. And this is where the if I remember, I went to this event, there was a couple hundred folks there, and they're the people who pour into our schools and pour into our students. I think we need to encourage that. If those three things right there don't tell you it's something we need to support our children on, then I don't understand what you define as educational benefit.
Are we through with the discussion? Everyone had their saying. Can you take a roll call vote, please?
Yes, on the scholarship dinner, $750 for one table. How do you vote, Kathy Evans Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Scott?
No.
Mr. Petrucci? Yes. Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Ms. Maposi? Ms. J? Yeah. Dr. Rivera?
Is it possible to abstain?
Yes, it is.
I abstain.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
President Ellen Common?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. There's no other business. Meeting is adjourned.